Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the continuation of our budget deliberations. We'll still do our call to order and the land acknowledgement that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. And the municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. We also recognize that African Nova Scotians are distinct peoples whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched the part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. As we're going to continue with Parks and Rec, before we do that, our CAO has a ticker update for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of committee. Krista, is it on the monitors as well? Just as we committed yesterday, we're just going to give you an update as each day, I think, to start the day to show where we are. And please forgive me, this was put together really fast. Our words we could probably improve upon them, but just gives you a sense. So when we opened the session, we had a draft budget of $92,258,000. That was a 10.9% initial tax increase. Of course, we're calling approved reductions. So assuming that, the pensions are given, and then the greens, assuming the green recommendations all get swept in, plus the BAL that you approved yesterday regarding parking, that's already, the term we're using, baked in. Essentially, that brings us to the budget with reductions is $80,983,000. Or 80 million, sorry, I wish it was 80,000. That might be my property tax, I'm not sure. Okay, kidding. Okay, and that brings us to 9.6, okay? So essentially what that means is everything that you've moved to the BAL, so what we've got is the approved reductions, that would be the pension plus the green, then you have the approved under that's baked in, which is parking, then you have the under BALs that you took yesterday that have been moved to the March 4th session. All that adds up to $80,983,000. So that brings us to an indicative tax increase of 9.6. Just a reminder, you do have several BAL items that are overs. They were the service enhancements that weren't dealt with, moved to the BAL. This was back in November 18th, 19th. And remember, those relate to HRFE firefighters, RCMP officers, enhanced security for transit, plus another one that's confidential. And so that, if you were to approve all those, that adds back 3.2 million, which would give you an expected budget of 84 million, which brings us back to 10%. So hopefully you understood that, but I'll take questions. It's important to know where we are to start the day.
Thank you, Brad. We appreciate that. These questions for Brad? Nope. Okay, we're all good. Thank you very much. And we're returning now to a continuation with Parks and Rec. And the next speaker on the list for a question is Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the Affordable Access Program. I don't think we saw any numbers in terms of how many people are enrolled or involved with that and whether there's a wait list. And if you have anything that you could add about the increase year over year or any trends related to how many people are participating.
Through the chair to the councillor, the increase has been up to, I believe, at $1.5 million is the value of the Affordable Access Program. There isn't a wait list per se unless there is a bit of delay in sort of processing applications. I'd have to confirm that, but there's no cap. So there's not a wait list to get into the Affordable Access Program per se. Be just once you're into the fold of programming, then like others, you'd be on a wait list if you didn't get into the program that you were after. Just looking, thank you, Kelly. In terms of number of clients, close around 1,700 at the 100% reduction level. just below 500 on the 50% level, and 15 at the 25% level. And we anticipated fairly low take up on the 25% reduction. That's where things stand that way.
Okay. So there's no gap in terms of us meeting the demand?
No, like I said, there's no cap on the programs, so residents are free to come in. The only piece that I neglected to mention it yesterday with the multi-district facilities, the only difference in the Affordable Access Program to other registrants is that we have, at the outset at least, limited to monthly memberships in order to avoid a situation where a lot of people sign up and then don't use the service, and it looks as though we have a large number of members at a facility but it's not being used. So we wouldn't want to close off opportunities associated with access to the facilities based on people having signed up but not using the service. So we have required that people use a monthly membership in that case, at least as we roll out the multi-district facilities. Otherwise, no, there's no cap and no limit to getting into the program.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Austin.
I have no idea what I buzzed in for from yesterday. Sorry, Ms. Chair.
Perfectly fine. Councillor Purdy.
Percy, thinking loving thoughts. Okay, well, I remember why I buzzed in. I would like to add a BAL neutral item. So for about 20 some years, Halifax was picking up the garbage disposals at our provincial parks, Heritage Park and our Saltmarsh Trail. And just last year, we stopped performing the service. And our garbage trucks go right by there anyway. And our trail group, who are amazing, they go above and beyond. They do an excellent job at maintaining these trails that are used and are for the benefit of all of our residents, as these are provincial beautiful parks and trails. They have offered to bring the garbage up to the curbside so that our HRM folks wouldn't have to actually go looking for the garbage. It would all be there, just like at a home, at a residential area. It could be brought to the curb. So I am looking to resume this service because it is an excellent service. Our Parks and Trails folks who receive funding from HRM and also the provincial government have to contract out their garbage services now, and they really don't receive as much money as they need to perform all of the work they do, and they rely heavily on a group of very dedicated volunteers who sacrifice their time, their talents, and their machinery to do all of the work that's needed on these trails. It's a significant amount. So I feel anything that we can do to help. And the impact of not collecting the garbage has been a lot more dog poop bags thrown in places. The trail group removed the garbage cans more kind of into the trail area because, people do not respect public garbage cans, and a lot of household garbage was being thrown into these places. So just as they had to pay for their own garbage collection, they tried to mitigate those outside factors that makes it even more complicated and expensive. So because our trucks kind of go right by here anyway, and we did it for decades, and the trail group has offered to put the garbage right up to the curb like in any other residential area, I would like to add this as a BAL neutral just to resume the service again.
Councillor Austin on a point of order.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and appreciate very much what Councillor Purdy is trying to do, but I think this is the wrong format. I think that this, where it's
it's budget neutral. This is really just an operation thing. I think worst case, there should be a conversation with staff in a worst case scenario, a motion at regional council if they won't cooperate with what Councillor Purdy wants to do. I don't think that this belongs here.
Maggie's got a comment as well.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest that it could be a budget briefing note from the perspective of I wouldn't think it's actually going to be cost neutral. We may have previously had some capacity, but these are also provincial, as I understand it, primarily provincial areas. So I would suggest if you do want to do it, that it be a Bell briefing note so that we can identify the costs associated with it.
If Maggie wants it, that's great with me.
I will. No, Maggie does not want this. Pretty confident of that. But okay, then I asked for a Bell briefing note on the cost impact or implications on this resuming of service. Thank you.
So as seconder? Thank you, Councillor Austin. Okay. So now any discussion on this? We'll wait to populate a new list. So are there any councillors with a comment, or do you want to go straight to the question? Oh, Councillor Steele, sorry, I didn't see that.
Thank you, Chair. I have a bit of a question and a comment as well. Are we looking at just this trail? We're looking. Okay, I see the motion now. It's garbage collection at just this trail. I think garbage collection for a number of our provincial parks and trails is controversial. And my understanding is we have moved away from this collection. So if we're looking at the cost of doing it for the Salt Marsh Trail, we perhaps could look at it for other trails as well. I'm sorry, maybe that's not maybe that is more of an operational thing, but I know recently, for example, the Beachville Lakeside Timberley Trail, that is a provincial trail, the volunteer group that was running that trail has given up their letter of authority. They have many issues to manage, one of which is garbage is a challenging, garbage collection is a challenging issue. And just from a brief discussion with our staff, I understood that there was no capacity for us to take that on. But if we are doing a motion to look at this for other provincial trails, etc., I'm wondering if we shouldn't be looking a bit broader. So, sorry, Councillor. I don't know if I'm suggesting a friendly amendment or maybe suggesting, as Councillor Austin suggested, more of an operational look at things.
Through you, Chair, to the committee, I would suggest that it's the will of the Budget Committee how broad the scope of this be in terms of, and then staff can come back and provide a dollar value. I would say these are provincial assets, so we would not typically recommend to be taking them over, providing services on them. But certainly staff are happy to do a budget briefing note to identify costs associated.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Steele, are you asking Councillor Purdy for a friendly amendment for it to be all provincial trails?
I think we're looking at the trails where there appears to be demand. I'm just asking to add the BLT trail in. I can't speak for all the other trails, provincial trails in HRM.
So the friendly amendment is to add the Beachville.
Yes, the Beachville Lakeside Timberley, yeah.
Councillor Purdy?
No, not friendly, Krista. Sorry. So, although I would love to, the point of this is HRM was already doing this garbage collection for like 20 years or so. Yeah, I might be getting that number wrong, but it was a very long time, and they just recently, like last year, stopped. So I want to resume. So this isn't like a new service that has never been done before. It is a resuming of something that we had already done. And
Councillor Purdy, you can come back.
So that's all. Yeah.
You can come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Because the answer was just whether you considered it friendly or not. Great, thank you. So Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm following the same line of thinking as Councillor Steele. I know the BLT you had mentioned, the St. Margaret's Bay Rails to Trails, there is like one known point where it's like a dumping ground for all the things that you had just spoken about. And the messaging has pretty consistently been, no, we can't do it because it's a provincial trail. So that you got lucky for 20 years and it had been done by the municipality. I hate litter. I hate garbage. I will happily take on a briefing note to look at, you know, if there are some locations where we can consider litter pickup or garbage pickup, because it just makes good sense. But I can't move it, or I can't support this based on, you know, what it says today or in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so, you know, ditto and ditto here. You know, I could bring up a number of provincial assets in my district that are in dire need of some support and service that, you know, has never been recommended or accepted. Long Lake Provincial Park would be one of them. It kind of kills me to see the seniors out there in the winter with, you know, walking along on the ice, picking up dog poop bags and all the rest of it. You know, I really worry about the sustainability of that park when we rely on volunteers who are shrinking in number as well as growing older in age. So, you know, I think this is a part of a broader discussion. So I'm not going to support the motion, even for a briefing note. I do think it's something that might come back to Regional Council through a larger scope, because, you know, I look at, let's take Crystal Crescent Beach. We've got thousands and thousands of people from HRM going to Crystal Crescent Beach in the summertime, like in a day, on a weekend, thousands on a weekend. And the park closes in Thanksgiving or November, and that's it. I think there's an opportunity to have another conversation with the province to say that the assets they have in HRM play a different role than provincial assets across the country. The demand is growing in our city for recreational use. These assets aren't well maintained. They're not funded. They're not even open year round, where there's been a real shift in the expectation of residents around accessing, whether it's trails or beaches. And how is that demand being responded to by the province? I'm continually told if we do something for one park or one trail in HRM, we have to do it for all the parks and all the trails in the province. And I see that as problematic when we know we have, like, you know, 60% of the population in and around HRM. So the demand is obviously different. So I can't support the briefing note on this, but I would welcome a broader discussion perhaps at Regional Council or CPED.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a question for staff. Is the Heritage Trail in Cole Harbour, is that the only one where we were, like, was that a one-off anomaly, the only one where we were doing this? I mean, I'm hearing from colleagues that there's been asks in other places to do this, but was Cole Harbour the only one where we were actually collecting?
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, my understanding is that is the only one. Now, I say that with the understanding that occasionally there may have been a pickup that we're not now aware of, but that's primarily the one that I'm aware of where we were providing some service.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, I'm torn on this because what seems so simple when Councillor Purdy, put that forward is a little more complicated when I hear from my colleagues across the room there is in terms of other asks on this. I mean, I kind of, going back to my original point of order, the more I'm kind of listening, the more I'm thinking that this might be a staff report. But while we're doing the staff report and making a decision, maybe it also makes sense to keep doing the thing we were doing. And if we're not going to do that, end doing that in a more organized way. So I don't know. I'm torn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I unfortunately can't support the motion or the ballot item, but I am very much in favor of bringing forward a motion to Regional Council to take a look at this and expedite this one as quickly as possible. I can't imagine that the staff report, looking at making would be a super long report, because I think our staff know what their capacity is, and they know the trails are well enumerated. So anyway, thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Purdy.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for this, and absolutely happy to see a motion for a broader look at this. Like, the province does not do garbage collection, the municipality does. So we should really be having some sort of partnership with our beautiful trails, parks and trails, because it benefits all of our residents. And we see really dire consequences when garbage is not dealt with appropriately, and everyone pays the price, and especially our amazing trail groups who bend over backwards to keep these places pristine for the residents. But I am going to go ahead with this. We were doing this for so long. I just don't make my little trail group pay because other parks were not receiving the same benefit. This is the truck just goes right by. It will be curbside pickup, just like any other residential area. And this is a briefing note. It doesn't actually resume the service. We're just going to see what the impact is. I would think it would be negligible, but I could be wrong. So I just want to see what the information is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. There are no other names on the list. We can call for the question. Motion fails. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wouldn't have thought to bring this up had it not been for Councillor Purdy. There is a new park on HRM land. It's the SS Atlantic Memorial Park. And when it comes to garbage collection, I understand that was never considered. That was not part of the consideration. There is already a group that does garbage collection. They have somebody who works independently. They are already right there. Like I would struggle to imagine that it's hundreds of dollars, but when contracts are as little as like $3,000 and $4,000, hundreds matter. So I just want to see if I can get garbage collection included. Again, it's an HRM facility, or the park is on HRM land. But as I understand it, garbage collection was never part of the consideration for the agreement. So if I could just get a briefing note added to that.
Our CFO has a comment.
This is, I believe it's called Rat Lookout Park, or.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. So we seem to be swirling a bit this morning on garbage collection for parks. So one of the options you have is you can use your district funds if you need it. If you got a park that needs a couple $1,000s or something to get some garbage picked up, that's an option as well.
Okay, and I appreciate that, except for all things being equal, I don't understand why. Like I said, it's such a small thing, and it seems like it was an oversight from when the land was given to the SS Atlantic Heritage Park people. Right now, there's an 80-year-old woman who goes out there every week and does her best. I'm just wondering, like I said, there's somebody right down the road that picks up the garbage at other HRM facilities, like namely the ball field. It's just because it wasn't included in the mix, it's not included in the mix. And I appreciate that, Jerry. I understand that I'm wasting, or excuse me, not wasting. I'm occupying everybody's time over, one garbage pickup in one location.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, that may be a different circumstance where it is an HRM-owned park. So it's one where we might look at something like a partnership agreement with the group that's there or some other
Just so long
option.
as-
So I might suggest for that one that we take it away and have a look at it before we go
I
to a
appreciate
briefing.
that, just as long as it doesn't get lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Steele.
Thank you. I'll ask this question with a bit of a caveat. I understand that maybe it's more of an operational question, but I see the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Regional Park. There's a report scheduled to come to council in 26-27. The only budget item I saw was in the capital budget. I think it was around $70,000 for design for park access. I don't believe there's anything else in the budget anywhere that may be under various park enhancements or land acquisition or some other things. Can you just clarify if there's any dollars buried anywhere in the operating budget that would be targeting, the potential Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes National Park?
Through the chair to the councillor, nothing else in the operational budget. We do have opportunities for any park where we might have acquisitions, for example, that are strategic, that those opportunities might arise, and there is the Parkland Reserve associated to that. So that depends on sort of circumstances in a given year for any park acquisition. We continue to work with Parks Canada as well, so they have funded a number of studies. So we continue to engage with them in the project. So that funding may not show up in our budget, although that doesn't mean there's not activity associated with the project happening.
And are those studies available publicly, or will they be made available publicly?
Through the chair of the council, I'm going to ask Richard to come down just in case I don't quite get it. I think the intent is for many of those planning pieces to be made available, but for now they're being used by the partnership group to inform its work.
Okay, thank you.
It's right here.
Madam Chair, Richard Harvey, Manager of Policy and Planning. Maggie's quite right. The real questions that you're asking primarily are within the capital budget itself. But for operating, we have identified that we will be returning to council with update reports, and associated with that will be identifying planning studies or otherwise that'll be made available.
And I'm sorry, Richard or Maggie, did you give a timeline on when you expect to come to council?
Madam Chair, we didn't, but we are identifying it within this budget year. But I could certainly talk to you offline and look at it in more depth and tell you about any kind of specific timelines.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. Maggie, my question is about the multi-district facilities and their requested subsidies. There's a chart on page 48 of our PDF, and it shows what they've asked. And basically, they've all been granted the exact same number, I think, as last year. And so there's a $115,000 kind of, they've asked for that much more than we've said yes to. And I'm just wondering the impact of that and the discussion that went into, because I don't see it as an over item or anything that you're suggesting. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair to the councillor, you're right. There were some instances where multi-district facilities requested a subsidy. I'll back up. Staff, because of the fiscal situation, asked multi-district facilities to stay within existing budgets. Some did come back with a request for increases in varying amounts, and so staff's recommendation saw a bit of funding, additional funding go to the proposed for the forum, but other MDFs to stay at existing levels. Varying impacts depending on the facility. From a relatively small amount for Centennial Pool, for example, that we think would have some impact, but probably manageable to the larger amounts. The budget book does include sort of what the impacts are associated with not receiving sort of full subsidy.
Yeah.
They do have greater flexibility, for example, on things like rates, where we're tied to a bylaw board. Those boards can change their rates, so that is a tool available to them, recognizing that they have to stay within market levels that are acceptable to the market. So, I don't know if you had a specific question on one of them, but they do have
No, I guess
some
I read them.
tools
They
to-
sounded a little like, oh, this could be tough for them.
Brendan Smithson, Director of Recreational Regional Services, through the chair to the councillor. In the process, we've gone back and forth with the MDFs multiple times to try to do it. It would cause a rate increase, which would be higher than traditionally what HRM has done, around the 2% from some of those facilities. So there was a concern from the MDFs about the market value and what that would do to memberships or programs in terms of that. But sticking with what we've been asked to do to keep the subsidy at that level, we felt that was an acceptable gap, and so staff had made the recommendation of keeping it zero. But we wanted to ensure that we shared what they felt was like what they needed in terms of their subsidy from that perspective. In terms of the way that the management agreement works with the MDFs, is if they are over budget, then it is covered off by HRM in terms of at the end of the year. But we've been going back and forth with the staff and the board around the actual budget, so we wanted to say showed what they approved and then where we were with that.
Did I hear that right? That if they go over, they get covered anyway? That seems odd. Yes.
Through the chair to the council, yes, our agreements with the MDFs do provide that HRM owns the deficits and owns the surpluses. Surpluses are directed into a reserve as a means to encourage surplus and that being able to be used for the MDFs. With respect to deficits, the agreement has language where if there are deficits outside of what was planned for a number of years, then HRM would have the ability to take to discontinue the agreement with the multi-district facilities. So there is incentive for them to follow their budget. We do expect them to follow the budget that they've provided, and staff do work with them to make sure that those budgets are followed. But in any in sort of any budgets, there are estimates that are included, or there are circumstances. I think back to COVID, for example, where it was not reasonable for those MDFs to meet the budget. So in those cases, we would cover their deficits, but it should be justified to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor White. Mr. Mayor, okay. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. I was trying to find there's a reference I saw in the report about having a rural depot for recreation. Could I ask some clarification on that?
Through the chair to the councillor, increased rural presence for parks actually is what we're looking at, rather than not specifically recreation in that instance, but more sort of satellite areas for park staff, so that they can have a home base closer to where they're providing services. So we've started that, and our expectation is to continue having some more of those as we proceed.
And where are they presently located?
I'm going to ask Ray Walsh to come down and speak to that.
Madam Chair, Ray Walsh, Director of Parks. Currently, we're just starting to put these satellite depots together. There's one at Graves Oakley, and the other one is going to be at Musquodoboit Harbor by Peace Park, near the rink. We've spoken to the group, creating a small depot with a works trailer, some equipment, so we can have easier access to be able to get to some of the assets along the eastern shore, particularly ball diamonds and excuse me, sport fields.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I was going to recommend or suggest the Musquodoboit Arena, because you have compound area, you can extend the fencing and stuff, and an asset there that could be easily utilized. So glad to hear that. Talk about parkland. There's a parkland service review. I think it's going to be I've always been saying the life cycle review of playing fields. I've always said if you build me 3 fields, you can close out 6. You know, I have some rural fields that are underutilized now. We have ball teams and umpires that don't want to travel to places like we had closed out the Little Harbor field. Beach Hill's another one is very rarely used. East Chador is another one. I had St. Andrews Field in Spry Bay. You know, I have an option of many fields I could probably close out or use them for housing projects, whatever the case may be. But it's just that we don't have a strategy to replace those fields with a compound or a campus concept. And I have the possibility in the French school in Porters Lake. They haven't finalized it, but I have a strong feeling they're probably going to use the present school site, which would take out 2 of our play fields, and I'm hoping that they would substitute building a new play field, a ball field up by Cheviot Hills, and make a bit of a baseball campus up there. So I'm just kind of curious of our strategy. We've been discussing that with the French school about the location and possibly building a field in Muscat Albert Harbor that close out 2 or 3 other fields.
Through the chair to the councillor, through our planning. So just a comment first on asset condition. Yes, conditions of many of our fields are quite old, and so to your point, near past end of life, which makes it harder for them to be maintained and renewed. We do have a sort of renewal plan that we're working on, but we are also working through work on the outdoor facilities priorities plan on advancing the idea of campuses. That was a key piece of the playing field strategy principle, that we should have more campuses, more campus style playing field areas, and move away from some of those single diamonds. So we are advancing that work. I don't know that it will be in this coming fiscal year, but we do continue to look at them and to try to recapitalize in a sensible and reasonable way, but also to look where we can rationalize.
Councillor Hensby, your mic is off.
The Leash Dog Area Program update. I'm hearing rumblings about the Shuby Park and some unrest over there in regards to the dog park area. I'd like to know, are we planning any new dog parks anywhere? Like, I got a piece of HRM parkland in Lawrencetown, would make a beautiful dog park in the middle of a subdivision. I'm just wondering if we have any proposals for any new field locations for dog parks.
Through the councillor, through the chair to the councillor, we do continue to look at available pieces of land. We have added some dog parks recently, and we'll continue to do that. Both parks and our strategic planning design group are looking at off-leash dog parks in the coming year. The other issue we have is use of fields, and particularly as we recapitalize fields, trying to reduce the use of heavily used fields for dog parks. So yes, happy to receive your suggestions if you have any on locations for dog parks, and incorporate that into our analysis.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Purdy.
Wow, I'm like talking a lot. I have a question, Maggie, about, and I know, sorry, I just have a lot to say. The new Bissett Regional Park that's being planned, which is incredibly exciting and wonderful, and the first phase of that is scheduled for 27 in this budget, but our Cole Harbor Place is needing so much really capital renewal, I guess. How would one go about asking to pause the Bissett Regional Park and utilizing that money to go into an asset that we already have that needs so much work? Or Jerry, maybe? How, is that possible?
Through the chair to the councillor, those would be both projects in the capital budget, I would suggest. John McPherson is presenting later today, so certainly, and we're engaged on sort of discussion around Cole Harbor Place, and making sure that accessibility and safety upgrades are included in our planning. It may be a question of timing as well. So I think that's in terms of that one may be able, I don't know if Coal Harbour Place improvements, for example, are ready to be advanced, and there may still be other work that needs to happen in advance of that. So certainly happy to speak with further with John McPherson on what that could look like about changing funds, but that would be a capital budget piece.
So, Jerry, would that be part of this budget process, or would that be outside of that to ask if that?
Well, we did the capital budget last week, so I mean.
But we're still allowed to bring things forward.
You can bring things forward. Certainly, we can do funding swaps within the capital plan. Now, if one project had a dedicated cost share, then that makes it a little more tricky, right? Because you couldn't move cost share from, a federal program or provincial program to another program. But if it's straight up and funded by HRM, we can move, but we do need direction from council and a motion.
So would that be a briefing note ask for then?
Yes.
If this project. Okay, so then when John, through this Parks or through John's?
Is it a Parks project, Maggie?
It's both.
Through the chair, one is a Parks project and one is led by Facilities. So in terms of briefing note, I would expect it might be similar to the Needham briefing note about, a potential change to the capital plan.
Okay, I'm going to think about this and possibly come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
I was trying to find the book here in regards to our community museum support. Are we cutting not eligible 10% our grant program?
Through the chair to the councillor, the community museums grant program lives within the fiscal business unit. So my understanding is that that sort of response to the motion is included in the fiscal services budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Mr. Mayor, would you switch seats with me so I may ask some questions, please? Thank you.
And Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Maggie, for the presentation. Richard, guess why I'm here? Well, I have two questions. One is just it needs to be said again about no lights at the McDonald's Sports Park in Waverley. So I'm at this 5 years now. 4 years before me, it kind of got dropped. And then 4 years before that, Councillor Dalrymple at the day had money set aside for the lights and it got switched to something else. So we are now 10 years waiting for lights at the McDonald's Sports Park. And I know, Richard, you are probably so tired of this. So am I. But yeah, it feels like it's moving at such a snail's pace that it's, getting a lease change from the province to HRM, all of that kind of stuff. But not that any answer today was going to move it too much, but it just needs to be said that 10 years is a terrible amount of time to waste. And we should be concerned that it takes that long and that we still don't have answer about the lights. And we already know that we don't have enough baseball fields. LWF Baseball is the largest baseball club in Atlantic Canada. We've a small community and they've got well over thousands Councillor Gillis is a coach in LWF baseball. So everybody knows that we need to get those lights. So just to give it airtime to say, please, 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 can somebody do something to get us lights there? And the only reason that it's not in the budget is really because the lease hasn't been signed yet. That's it. So a technicality moves the funding from year to year to year out. So that's my rant about the lights. But my question is really around the multi-district facilities as well. That's the second one. It's always been a mystery to me, and thank you, Councillor White, for bringing it up. It's always been a mystery to me about the multi-district facilities. They provide a wonderful resource and programming for our communities, absolutely. Our agreement is we cover the deficit, and a surplus goes into reserve for that particular facility. So what are we rewarding? It seems like that's the conversation. And, $3 million in subsidy in light of the huge budget, might not seem like a lot, but, they are nonprofit organizations that the governance model needs a little bit of a review. I know that Max is doing the review. So this year we might not see a change, but I'm wondering if, and I probably will ask through Regional Council or CPED that we get an update on the review that Max is doing of the MDFs. Is it unrealistic to expect that next year when we're looking at this budget, that there would be some more economies, that the recommendations that might come forward would be, they have one HR department, there's one finance department, that, there's some economy of scale that we're looking at, that there is a governance model that helps support. So, you're not looking at deficits so much, but you're looking at how do we optimize the multi-district facilities to be able to, do what they're doing best, but to actually also do more of what we need them to do.
Through the mayor to the councillor to the chair. Thank you for the question. When the current agreements were brought in, there was a recognition at that time. There was actually assumption of debt from the multi-district facilities, and there was a recognition at that time that it wasn't a reasonable expectation for them to break even. I would say certainly we're looking at that through the governance review. What are the opportunities for efficiencies? What are the ways they can work better? We can work better because we have a multi-district facility as well in the Sackville Sports Stadium. I would say that analysis will be done. There are certain aspects, for example, though, when it comes to rates, our rates are typically lower than multi-district facilities. There's difference in how staff are compensated. So there are going to be ins and outs in that review. So I don't want to say that we'll be able to find all kinds of savings from that review. I expect we'll be able to make recommendations on how we can better serve our residents, how we can do it more effectively and more efficiently. But I don't. I guess I would caution. I don't think there are going to be. You're going to see a big drop in that number, even if we find improvements as we're going. Recreation typically isn't full cost recovery, including for our own facilities. You don't necessarily see all the costs that in the Parks and Recreation budget for HRM recreation facilities, for example, because we rely on services from finance and services from HR and services from other business units. These are all things we're looking at in the governance review and hope to be able to bring some light to as we proceed. And we think with the multi-district facility agreements, it's time to look at them, to look at what we were trying to do, 10 years ago and bring them up to date to what we need now. So not to say that we won't look for efficiencies, we certainly will. But I think there are a lot of, inputs and outputs that won't necessarily yield us with a big difference at the end of the day.
Thank you. Any good news on lights, Richard?
To the chair, and just for the benefit of council, this is a situation where the municipality has been working with the province to try and obtain the rights to be able to make an investment of lights within this ball field. It's primarily a capital item, but it's also referenced within the business plan simply because we have been working with the province to advance In this case, an actual acquisition, and in other places, in other districts, acquisitions of long-standing parks that happen to be within provincial ownership. I'm hopeful, and I know that we are actually making progress with McDonald Sports Park, so I want to say that to the councillor just publicly. That is happening. We've also made progress in actually over the last just several weeks of actually having lands transferred from the province to the municipality. So it's an ongoing project. McDonald Sports Park is making progress, and I'm hopeful of not having the same conversation even sometime in some sort of midterm update. Thank you. We hope not to have T-shirts printed saying 10-year anniversary of this struggle.
Thanks. Thank you. And our next speaker is Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Maggie, I am wondering if you can speak, because I was hoping that I might see something and I didn't see it, so I'm just going to ask. Has any progress been made in terms of our access or ability to use HRCE facilities, particularly during the summer months where we are so lacking for space for summer camps, for basketball, for things like that? I know I've been talking about it since, you and I have been talking about it for a long, long time. I'm just wondering, one, if there's any movement been made there. And the other thing that I didn't know until I arrived on council, but I think it's worth calling out, is that I'm interested in knowing whether it's worth initiating or having a dialogue with the province and schools around the quality and condition of things like football fields that they put in. These facilities are so important for the communities that they represent, and they are not able to use them throughout the season because of things like all-weathered fields, things like that. I'm wondering, can you help me understand, is that dialogue happening? What might the path forward look like? Because like I said, these facilities are, hugely important, and they can't play on them. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the councillor. I'll take the second question first. We are in discussion with the province on the standards they use for recreation assets at schools. So two aspects to that. One, so we have been agreed, for the community it's an issue, but also for us in terms of we take on an asset that we then maintain. And so if it's not built to a good standard, then the maintenance costs are higher, the ability to maintain is higher. We sort of field the questions with respect to the conditions of those assets. So that is a discussion, and the province has been open to that discussion with us, and we've had instances where we have given feedback recently on school assets that we are accepting from the province, and they've had their contractors sort of make changes based on that feedback. So that's been a positive discussion. The province typically reaches out to us when there are new schools to ask if the municipality would consider adding, making an investment to upgrade. They have a standard that they provide. We haven't had a discussion, I don't think, certainly not at the direction of council, on sort of trying to increase the overall standard. We've had questions about, we've provided feedback on sort of the regulation that they define what they consider to be their standard for a field, and we say yes, but you must build it this way in order for it to be acceptable. We've not had a conversation about trying to get them to increase that standard, say from natural turf to artificial. But like I say, they do reach out to the municipality and ask if we want to invest to upgrade the assets that are going in when a new school goes in. So those are typically pieces that we bring back to council if there's an opportunity for an upgrade, and we would come back to council on that we would come back to council on that, and staff would make a recommendation whether we think it's worthwhile to make an enhancement or not. In terms of discussions with HRCE, I would say they're slow but positive. There's an openness to increasing access to schools there, but there are some practical challenges for HRC associated with that. So we're working through that, but not. It's not a fast process. We are working with them sort of regularly. We do meet with them routinely to get there. We have had some advances in terms of, for example, being able to pilot some access in rural areas, Saturday access in rural areas, the rural recreation strategy. So we're making sort of headway, but slowly on that front.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. I don't see any other names on the list. It seems that you're off the hot seat now, Maggie. Thank you. And we'll now move on to planning and development, and we get to welcome Aaron McIntyre. So Aaron McIntyre is the acting executive director of planning and development. So welcome you and your team.
There we go. So thank you, Chair and Budget Committee. Good morning. I'm Aaron McIntyre, Acting Executive Director of Planning and Development. Pleased to be here today on behalf of the department to present our 2026-2027 budget. I'm joined by our coordinator, Ambouge Larouille, and by the senior leadership team who are here with me to support today's discussion. Planning and development provides strategic leadership that shapes the municipality's growth and development. Our role is to ensure growth is well planned, coordinated, and aligned with Council's priorities. We work closely with Council, industry residents, and internal and external partners to achieve our goal of enabling growth that supports a healthy, vibrant, and resilient municipality. Our work is delivered across 5 integrated service areas that work in a coordinated fashion. I'm going to run through them quickly, give you a sense of each team's work portfolio. Development Services is one of our front-facing teams, supporting applicants through permitting, subdivision, and planning processes and translating applications of all types into real projects through timely, predictable approvals. Engineering and Building Standards ensures development is safe and compliant with the building code and engineering regulations, reinforces minimum standards, and ensures the resilience of municipal infrastructure received through the development process. Regional and Community Planning sets the region-wide long-range planning policy framework, guiding where and how growth should occur through the regional plan, and includes important initiatives such as the Housing Accelerator Fund and planning with and for our African Nova Scotian communities. Strategic Projects delivers major planning efforts that shape long-term community outcomes through comprehensive neighborhood-scale initiatives such as future service communities and future growth nodes. And our transformation and innovation team continually modernize how we deliver services, improving systems, data, transparency, and supporting high-quality customer experience. Together, the teams ensure that Council's policy direction translates into real, on-the-ground outcomes, balancing growth pressures with service excellence, fiscal responsibility, and community expectations. I'll cover a few highlights from the Strategic Action Plan. Responding to Council's priority of enabling prosperity, we're focusing on advancing Phase 5 of the Regional Plan, continuing to modernize the planning framework in the regional centre, suburban and rural areas, and undertaking comprehensive neighbourhood planning to support complete communities. We are continuing to develop the housing strategy for delivery in 2026 and implementation in 2027, while also continuing to improve development processes and removing barriers that affect housing supply. There were several service improvements that resulted in efficiencies that have been realized over the past year. We improved internal processes and made efficient application and construction pathways, supporting an increase in building permit applications over the last year, reflecting strong construction demand. These improvements supported service levels while maintaining high volumes of permitting activity. Improvements were made to the Heritage Grant Program, particularly an adjustment to the Financial Incentive Program, which reduced program costs without impacting service delivery. The Housing Accelerator Fund was strategically leveraged to support 10 permanent full-time positions, offsetting the associated costs that would otherwise have fallen to the general tax rate. Permanent fee-based revenue targets were increased, reflecting sustained increases in development activity, and targeted improvements have been made to both internal and customer-facing elements of our permitting, planning, licensing, and compliance solution that improved both customer experience and internal oversight. We've strengthened internal dashboards and expanded open data publications, improving transparency, operational insight, and data-driven decision-making across all functions. Here we have the changes to planning and development's full-time equivalent staffing and how those changes align with Council's organizational and service delivery priorities. Planning and development had 255 full-time equivalent positions in 25-26. Going forward to 26-27, the total budgeted complement is 250, reflecting a transfer, with 4 moving to public works and 1 moving to strategic infrastructure and transportation planning. The roles were associated with streetscape programming, landscape architecture, and urban design functions that are increasingly delivered along infrastructure planning and capital implementation. This slide summarizes the key changes between the approved 25-26 budget and 26-27 budget. The changes have resulted in a proposed net decrease of approximately $453,000. The single largest pressure is contractual compensation increases totaling just over $1 million, driven by collective agreement and compensation adjustments. Those pressures are partially offset by proposed increased fee revenues of approximately $500,000, reflecting continued development activity and improved revenue performance. On the expenditure side, several targeted reductions and adjustments have been made. We've reduced our use of leased vehicles through internal car sharing and greater reliance on municipal fleet, which has resulted in nearly $100,000 in savings. The Heritage Grant budget is currently allocated at $650,000. We're reducing that by $450,000 as part of a right-sizing exercise, reflecting historically lower program utilization, and the remaining $200,000 is being transferred to fiscal services budget under finance for administration purposes. The Affordable Housing Grant Program is also reduced by $200,000, reflecting an offset through external funding sources and program delivery capacity. We're also proposing $48,000 in a reduction of $48,000 in general office-related expenses. Overall, the changes reflect a disciplined approach, absorbing unavoidable cost pressures, aligning resources with demand, and making targeted reductions where spending has historically been underused, while maintaining planning and development's capacity to deliver on Council's priorities around housing, growth, and service delivery. And this last slide summarizes the staff recommended budget reductions for 2026-27. We've identified $49,000 in reductions, resulting in a revised budget of $7.15 million. These reductions are modest in scale, to be sure, and are achieved through targeted operating expense reductions across all service areas. These reductions primarily affect areas like professional services, software licensing, and advertising. In summary, the package reflects staff's efforts to balance fiscal restraint with service continuity. It achieves savings that are able to be absorbed without impacting service levels. So I'm happy to take whatever questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron, I think we're going to take the mid-morning break now and save questions for after they come back from the break. So 20 to 11, we'll come back at, I'm going to say 5 to 11, and probably it'll be 11 o'clock before you're all back in your seat. Well, thank you, everyone. And now we're back from our mid-morning break. And the first speaker on the list is Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. My question is about the decrease, the proposed decrease here in, or not the proposed, the baked in one about the affordable housing grant program. And I'm just wondering, at a time when, you know, we're really looking at how we can better support affordable housing in the municipality, how we, you know, want to be an active partner and player in that field. What is leading to this decrease in the grant? Is it related to people not applying for the grant? Is the program not working? Is it related to the funding source? Just trying to better understand why would we be decreasing that grant.
Through your chair to the Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. So I have Aaron Murnahan here. He is on acting assignment as Manager for Regional Community Planning, so he can give you some insight into the operations of the program itself.
Thank you, councillors, through Madam Chair. So over the last 3 years, we've actually increased the funding that's going out through the Affordable Housing Grant program by approximately 10 times. So that's mainly thanks to the external funding that's come in through the Housing Accelerator Fund program. Previous to 2023, we were using $200,000 of operating budget per year to cover projects outside the regional center. But because of that external funding coming through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we've been able to offset that funding. So we're still very much spending that $200,000 and much more than that. But temporarily, at least this year and last, we don't need it.
Okay, that would be great. And we're doing this in the midst of developing a housing strategy for the municipality where, you know, in future years, you know, the funding sources, the availability of grants, all of that will be considered through that strategy?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's exactly correct. So one of the things that's also happening right now is as we develop the suburban plan, we'll be considering expanding density bonusing into suburban areas. So right now there is a limitation on using density bonusing fees to cover only affordable housing projects within the regional center. Once the suburban plan comes online, we'll be able to collect density bonus fees more broadly in the suburban area and cover more projects across the region. So that external funding is also bridging that gap in the short term.
Okay, that's great. So what I'm hearing is that we have a healthy grant program right now. It increased 10 times thanks to the Housing Accelerator Fund, with external funding from the federal government. Because of that, we're just looking at a reduction now as we piece together our housing strategy, and this will be back on the table for consideration in future years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping we could have a little bit of a discussion about development fees for the newer councillors. Development fees are one of the ways most other cities help reduce the burden on their taxpayers. A few years ago, when HRM had the lowest development fees in Canada, we tried to get them increased, and there's been a freeze put on them by the province. So I'm wondering if staff could explain a little bit, give us a little bit of an overview and an update where we are, and talk a little bit about the impact of that fee freeze on our budget, and if there's anything we could do about it. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. Chair, through you to the councillor. So as part of your package today, it's a little buried, item 8.1 under memoranda from the CIO, requested budget briefing notes. There's actually an information report in regards to the request that council had made back in the fall. So that outlines in pretty great detail what the situation is, but I'm happy to give some of the highlights. So the freeze is currently in place. The impact, if you just focus on the CPI increases that have been missing over the last couple of years is fairly moderate impact. It's $184,000. But the broader impact is really around the inability to expand past we have fairly modest fees right now that are administrative in nature, so it really hampers our ability to expand that. It prevents us from being able to capture processing fees and appropriate costs around new lines of service that have been introduced over the last year or two. We have restrictive covenant release, as an example. We're unable to really advance recommendations on infrastructure-related charges. I think that's been a clear focus of council over the past year or so. So there is like a broader impact that's hidden in the background, I think, that we're not really able to engage council. Right now, the fee is currently set to expire in November of this year to coincide with the proposed end of the housing panel, but whether or not that remains the case is really very much to be determined. In terms of what it is we can do about it, the legislation allows for fee increases upon approval by the minister. So I think the first step would really be to go away and have a conversation with province to understand whether there's openness to a larger conversation around fee increases and whether or not we are able to return to council with some sort of an altered framework. So that would be the first thing that I would suggest.
Do we have any idea of how much we're missing or losing out on as a result of this freeze?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, we know the 184,000 is absolutely certain. We've done the math on that. So that's really relative to our current framework. That's the dollar amount that we've been missing out of pocket since the freeze was put in place. But like I say, the remainder of a altered framework, for example, our building permit fees are currently embedded in our building bylaw, rather than the administrative order relative to fees. So they're not subject to CPI increase, never have been. And that's where the bulk of our fees are received. So just as an example, if that were to be subject to CPI increases, we'd be looking at $450,000 to $500,000 annually in terms of a potential increase. Now, whether or not council would choose to do that or something slightly differently would really greatly impact what it is we would see on a per annum basis.
Okay. And do you know how we compared? Are we still among the lowest in Canada on development fees?
We are definitely in the lower bracket. There is some really great visuals that have been lifted out of the Canadian Home Builders benchmarking study that was updated in 2024 within your package that talk about Halifax being for low-rise development. Generally, we're looking at the benchmarking study notes 30,500 for Halifax as compared to a national average of 82,500, and then for high-rise development we're at 4,400 per unit, and the national average is 35,000. So we're definitely on the lower end.
Significantly lower. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Kent?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So every year I tend to ask these questions around our complement of staff in planning. And there's a freeze on that at this moment. Council agreed on that. And I guess, Aaron, I may or may not put you on the hot seat, but I continue to receive calls from developers who are small d developers. They're people in our communities or in our neighborhoods or in our Dartmouth side of the harbor, or just people who own property that are one-offs or here and there, maybe a little bigger than that seem to be stuck in the queue and stuck sometimes for years. And I think one of the things for a little while I would often say, there's a struggle with the amount of staff that we have right now, and the priorities keep shifting with the provincial arm overreach demands, and so now, of course, we have the suburban plan rollout, and there will be staff associated to that. In fact, recently, that's one of the reasons that was put forward to someone who was trying to move something forward to get it to community council and things. And so here's the question, Aaron. Do you have enough staff now? What's the scenario right now for being able to reasonably process all of the applications that are in place? I am aware that there have been a number of new planners. There are more junior planners that are active and doing the best that they can. Some of them, but I don't really have an overall view of where you sit. Is this FTE going to be a big hit to you this year, the planning and development this year? Just how do we sit with all that?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, yes, thank you for the question. Do we have enough? I think the answer is yes. The issue is, I'm mindful about the enormous amount of work that the department is pushing out, and there are certainly, I think it would be, silly to suggest otherwise, that we're keenly aware that there are key priority items. I think for me, the big piece is twofold. We are currently working on the suburban plan, which is our next round of bylaw modernization. We've seen great strides in the regional center in terms of certainty of outcome for developers, and it's a complex regulatory environment, but we're a few years into it and we're starting to see really things straighten out for us in the regional center. And so I expect the same gains to be made in the long term within the suburban and then again in the rural areas. So it's those longer trying to steer a very large boat in a much better direction over the long arc is where I think we're going to see the gains back that give both staff and development industry and, local developers that relief. The other piece for me is really around, customer service excellence, right? We've brought on an enormous number of people into the department in a fairly short period of time. I know I'm out of runway in terms of blaming the pandemic, but I do think that onboarding a lot of young people into the organization in a virtual environment has an ongoing effect, right? So I'm really proud of the work that they're doing. Are there issues? Absolutely. And do we have a plan to address them? Yes. I think that ultimately the answer for me is, the 250 FTE is currently pulling the weight, but we really need to find more efficient ways to work in order to gain back that extra bit of bandwidth.
Yeah, I only have a few seconds left, but and what I'm hearing, I think I can agree with that the goal and the net improvement that we will get from the suburban plan is out there. But I just need to remind you that the center plan took 9 years, and there's projects that are lagging. I say lagging, at least that's what's being presented to me. I know staff are working so hard in those departments, and I know it's not easy to be bandied around with all of those pressures. So I appreciate and value all of that. But I'm running out of reasons to suggest that these things get slowed down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Aaron, for the presentation. Mine has to do with the ANSCAP. So my question is there an earlier timeline coming to Regional Council with recommendations for the community enhancements, and specifically in Lucasville, under the Lucasville Visioning Committee? Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, yes, thank you for that. So what we set out in terms of delivery within the strategic action plan is our current target. The work within the community action plans in Lucasville is ongoing, as you're aware, and we're very, I've been in conversation even recently with community members where we're talking about the delicate art of trying to advance this as quickly as we can, but ensuring that we are accurately representing the wishes and the vision that the community has for where they want it to go, right? We don't want to get that wrong. So there's a bit of a balance that we're trying to strike, which is what's really informing the timelines. We can certainly go back. I think making these things as transparent as possible is probably the best we can do, so that everybody understands, both community and council understand what it is that we're doing, and what our timelines and what our projected milestones are on the way to delivery. So we can certainly, provide you with that, if that would help.
Okay, so I'm looking on the report here. You say March 2029. I was under the understanding that they're supposed to be coming to council in 2026.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just split across the page there. Yeah, so we're talking about a combined delivery, in that it's very high level within the action plan. Like, I see that. And I think that we're looking at the long arc within the deliverable that's been noted within the action plan. Like I say, I think we maybe could take it offline and have a conversation with you, have you in, so that you can understand specifically what the plan is for Lucasville. This is sort of an end date goal for all of the plan refreshes for African Nova Scotian communities. And internally, they'll be stage progressed for certain.
Yeah, we'll take it offline. Thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. The proposed cuts and adjustments to the heritage grants, is that for the heritage properties and stuff? I find it difficulty that we're cutting as much as we are here. We are trying to encourage the preservation of our heritage properties in the municipality, but here we're cutting it significantly, reducing it by $450,000 and transferring the remaining $200,000 to the fiscal services. But I'm just kind of curious, the utilization of our heritage grants. I believe that year after year it's always been utilized to the fullest maximum possible. So kind of curious where this adjustment came in of cutting it such drastically. I thought I were to cut something on it, wouldn't cut it that much, but just kind of curious of how we came to those numbers.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes. So I think the thing to note within the decrease of heritage grants, we have had low usage of it in some years, and then we've had full usage within others. So this is our best projection for this year, and I think we're coming back within the next year to refresh the Heritage Grant Program altogether. So there may be an associated ask with standing up a refresh program that's really intended to support uptake and modernize the program, make it more accessible to folks. So we're comfortable with this for this year, on the understanding that we're coming back to council with a refresh program altogether with an associated ask down the road.
Thank you. In regards to Councillor Kent's comments about suburban development stuff, I'd just like to know how we're addressing the rural issues. Like, it seems like we're putting the rural plan almost in the back burner. We're having some scratching on the surface of it, but we have some various applications and some concerns out there we're trying to get addressed. So how do you best see the rural issues being addressed the next year?
So the rural plan is the intermediate deliverables for the rural plan are within the regional plans. The regional plan has a lot of direct influence over how it is that we develop in our rural areas. So the ongoing phase 5 of the regional plan will be managed in, again, a stage progressed manner. So we can bring back, as we're able, regional plan policies that have direct influence over rural development in the meantime. The rural plan itself is more of the modernization, the refresh of all of the local plans and bylaws that apply within the rural areas. Again, they will align with the regional plan, but I think the message that I'd wish for you to take away is really that rural plan's underway, and we have background studies on broad hydrogeological assessments are underway to sort of understand where it is that we can more broadly direct growth. So as an example, There's work ongoing. There will be deliverables within the regional plan before it is that we get to the finer details of the modernization in the rural area.
Now, with our regional plan recent amendments, have they been formally declared as passed yet? I'm still hearing emails being transferred around and stuff. I haven't seen any public statement of our regional plan phase because I have a number of rural short-term rental properties who want to get themselves legitimized, but we're still waiting for the declaration to say that they are allowable.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. So the regional plan is deemed approved as per the charter as of late last week. So the minimum planning requirements and the suburban DA policy, all of those pieces that were approved by council in December are now currently in effect. If there's a particular aspect of short-term rental that's reliant upon the regional plan, again, we can take that offline. We can certainly sort through that with you and with the resident.
Well, I understand we had a bunch of zoning amendments to allow for short-term rentals in various zones in rural areas. I was hoping that also gets all approved at the same time, but I'd just like to know in regards to staffing requirements for providing these those letter of they need a letter from the municipality saying that they're zoning confirmations, whatever. There's going to be a lot of those requests coming in now that these things are legitimized. Do we have the staff on hand to handle those?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, we certainly do. There's definitely going to be a wave of folks who are waiting for those amendments in order to be able to achieve the zoning confirmation letters. When we originally were required to offer those letters and permits in order to support provincial registrations, we had an enormous amount of a bubble of inquiries and requests. So we have recently programmed how it is that we can handle those. So I think we can absorb that.
And is the fee staying the same?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Aaron and team, for today and for everything leading to you being here today. I do want to ask you a question about timelines for approvals, but I want to begin just by saying these questions are about learning and understanding, not about criticism or anything like that. I also want to begin by saying I've been to 2 of the suburban plan community meetings so far. The staff team is doing wonderfully. I really appreciate the care that they're taking there, and I'll be at the Mill Cove meeting next week as well. So big thanks to your team for everything that they're doing out in community. I see that you're projecting the average time to complete rezoning and land use bylaw amendments and DAs, development agreements, is projected to increase by 135 days from 309 days to 444 days. That's one category. And then I also see on pages 5 and 6 of your business plan that processing times for new high density res buildings are expected to rise from 87 to 110 days. General residential building permits from 21 to 27 days, and mixed use and commercial permits from 34 to 37 days. So I'm just wondering if you could expand for us on what are the factors behind the slowing of the processing times, and whether there are any investments or operational changes that will help to shorten these timelines.
Thank you, through the chair, to the mayor. Yes, the trend that I observe and which is demonstrated within the report is, especially in regards to the permitting, is almost a bit of a seesaw effect in terms of both volume and processing time. So what I've observed over time is the volumes will go up somewhat, the processing times will go up somewhat, volumes go down somewhat. So there seems to be certainly a correlation there. Absolutely. Is that the complete story? I don't think so. So the interesting part, especially in terms of planning applications with our permitting and processing, licensing, and compliance solution, is that we are just now entering into a new era where we have data that shows us in a reliable manner exactly what our performance is. So what we're doing currently is a bit of an exercise in terms of digging in and analyzing exactly where the pain points are within the process. And ensuring that our house is in order in terms of the customer service elements. I think, I want to leap to conclusions, but I think, initial blushes are that I think we can improve the way that we communicate back to our applicants in plain language exactly what needs to happen in order to advance a file forward. So that's one piece as an example. So we're looking at that and trying to make sure that we're really being systemic in the way that we approach more efficient service delivery and turning ourselves away from simply dealing with the one problematic file that we're aware of. We're always there to help with any file, but we need to also be a little more holistic in the way that we're approaching these process improvements. So we're working away on that in the background.
Okay, thank you. I've just got another minute and a half on the Trusted Partner Program. That is expected to be complete and up and running in December 2027, I believe. I wonder if you could just give us an update on how that's going and how do you expect it can or will improve those timelines?
Chair, through you to the Mayor. So Trusted Partner Program is within the report projecting for a longer timeline. That would be full implementation, inclusive of any adjustments that we need to make within our systems in order to support the program. But our intention is to deliver the bylaw to Council with the details of the framework by end of this year. We're currently in detailed engagement, targeted engagement with industry members. Obviously, this is a bit of a partnership with our development industry to understand what they're wishing from the program and what their needs are, and to work collaboratively with them to stand up the program. So we're working through that. We have a pilot that's been underway that's really centered around the permitting process and efficiencies in inspections that has been really well received, and we're very encouraged by the results on that. This is really about expanding it to planning applications and subdivisions. So we've got 3 modules that we're standing up, again, expecting to see that come back to Council in a bylaw for by the end of the year, with implementation fully set out next year.
Thanks very much.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Aaron, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for all that you do and your team. My question is kind of, leaning off of Councillor Hensby's and the work on the rural plan. You mentioned that you are currently undergoing a hydrogeological study. I am wondering is staffing or any of those things, or, what I am trying to understand is what is the timeline and how is staff being affected by, everything to date. I obviously am quite worried about the plans and the planning districts that I represent. And I want to understand a timeline. I understand that the hydrogeological studies do take time. So that's my first question, is there staffing available to really make sense of the rural plans? Because the rural planners that I deal with are amazing and all good things. I'm just wondering whether they have the capacity to take on an update to those planning things, and also that I don't see any kind of engagement in the future, and that's okay, but I'm wondering what that timeline might look like given your staffing. And then the other question that I have is that are any of these studies, whether they be hydrogeological, whatever else, whether they lean on Halifax funding, in terms of, like I know that the LIDAR, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, like the LIDAR data that assessed floods and floodplains and HRM, that was part of Halifax. So I'm just wondering what potential cuts might look like in terms of our planning future. Thank you.
Through your chair to the councillor. Yes, thank you for the question. So phase 5 of the regional plan, as I'd mentioned, is really the next iteration of rural planning that we will see. And our plan is to bring the work plan on phase 5 back to council later this year. So I think that's really where the insight is missing currently, the transparency in terms of how phase 5 will go, what engagement will look like, what the timelines with the work plan are. That's currently being developed. It's been delayed somewhat by last year's focus on phase 4 and then the minimum planning requirements, we really had to shift focus in order to, meet those fairly progressive timelines. So we're just now, as of the turn of the new year, resetting and kind of getting back to our regular scheduled programming, which is really a focus on phase 5. So we'll be happy to share those timelines and the details of it through that work plan. It comes back to council. On the question on Halifax funding, we're not relying on Halifax funding directly, but the teams are obviously going to be collaborating as we go forward. So their studies are funded, their work is funded through council, and we will obviously be working on it with them and leaning on them and cross-sharing all of that information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Aaron. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Morris' questions about the fees. I did read your memo, and just from this conversation, reading kind of the last line there about talking to the province about the art of the possible. Do you need direction from us to do that, or are you doing that already? Or are we holding back on things that we think they may not allow because they've frozen other things? And, like, what's the situation there?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, I think direction may be helpful. It certainly gets staff off to go to work on the understanding that they're bringing something back. I think the first thing would be to direct us maybe to have that conversation with the province relative to openness to a review of our structure, and then we would be subject to that openness, bringing you back something of a plan to revise fees, what that would look like, what would need to happen in order to support that conversation. And I might need to lean on our CFO or the chair, and it may be a regional council motion that needs to be made.
Yeah, I'm not prepared with language.
Exactly.
But I think speaking to you about it, I think it's warranted. Yeah, like to keep this going.
Certainly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too had a follow-up question from Councillor Morris, and we keep talking about things like a pay-as-you-go system, that the revenues coming in are paying for the cost of operations. And when we look at permit processing, what is our cost recovery on that, in terms of what is our expense and what revenues are we bringing in through the fees to pay for that service?
Through you, Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, we are not a cost recovery model. We are a recovery of some cost model. Now, the exact ratio in terms of effort in and a detailed analysis of the cost of processing in order to apply an appropriate processing fee, I think also meaningful to council, ongoing service implications and fees. That's a bigger, again, broader question, really related to development charges. So I think that's exactly what we would be set off to go do should regional council give us direction to bring some of that detailed analysis back. There's been some work done in the background. We had a consultant who helped us with sort of broader servicing implications and some support on what fees might look like, but unfortunately it wasn't delivered to council given the timing of the freeze. But we can go back and take a look at that, refresh it. The landscape has changed even a little bit since then, but that's certainly information that we can go away and take a look at and bring back.
So, the motion that Councillor White was just talking about, that could be encompassed in that. I mean, I think that's real concern, because if there is a shortfall, and I mean, when you look at, when you do that jurisdictional scan and you see just how low some of our fees are compared to other cities across the country, the fact that we're not doing a cost recovery on that means that the expense is falling to the ratepayer, the property taxpayer. So essentially, property taxpayers are subsidizing the cost of new development. I've also been reading concerns that this freeze is causing concern amongst future development, and that the cost burden could be passed on to future developers for infrastructure. I don't know how accurate that is, but I mean, there definitely seems to be an imbalance here in this particular expense revenue kind of stream. So I look forward to seeing how we can bring that motion forward, what will be encompassed in that report, and how we can make some progress on this, because I do not think it's right that we're putting the cost of development onto the average taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, the CFO has a comment in response.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, planning and development isn't a full cost recovery model, but it's, around a 75%. And, to Aaron's point, right, what sort of has us handcuffed is the freeze on fees and development charges. So, certainly that's a pretty good recovery overall, but if we didn't have the freeze in place on our fees, it would be probably a much closer to full cost recovery.
Government through
the half funding is directly netted against expenses on those initiatives. So I think it's safe to say, Aaron, a full cost recovery on half, but I'll let Aaron have a comment on that.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, I think I think of them almost separately, right? The half money is being dedicated to the initiatives, including the staff support. So that's sort of one model that's sitting over here. I think we're really talking about a more broad look at our processing fees and the infrastructure and servicing considerations. Elsewise, as our CFO has pointed out, we can only really have the conversation subject to and conditional upon provincial openness to us taking a look at this. So that's step one. And subject to that, we can certainly, to go away, take a look at it and bring something back for council's consideration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Aaron, there's a phone a friend beside you.
Thank you. Numbers hot off the press. So I'm being told by the team that the 70% cost recovery is within the streams that are supported by half. That outside of those we're at closer to 40. I don't know, Mr. CFO, if that squares with you. We can take that offline and kind of get a better sense.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going back to the Housing Accelerator Fund as well. So the 79.3 million from half action plan, what percentage of half in net new housing units are located in District 14?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, that I would definitely need to take away and take a closer look at. I wouldn't even probably be in a position to take a stab at it currently. I know we have a really great handle on exactly how many units are coming out of half, but by district, we'd probably have to go away and do a little bit of analysis. We can certainly get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I see no other names on the list, but Aaron, don't jump out of your chair yet, because I'm used to these guys buzzing in late. Oh, nope, we're all good. Thank you very much, Aaron and team. We appreciate it. We'll now move on to property, fleet, and environment. With John McPherson and his team.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. John McPherson, Executive Director of Property, Fleet and Environment, and here to present the Property, Fleet and Environment Business Plan. Very pleased to close out this session today and look forward to the questions and comments that you may have. Joined here with Jenny Buenis, Business Unit Coordinator. So Property, Fleet and Environment manages municipal assets and leads environmental and climate initiatives that support a sustainable future. Through effective stewardship of facilities, fleets, and properties, it enables reliable service delivery and advances organizational sustainability and resilience. Service areas in the business unit include corporate fleet, corporate real estate, environment and climate change, facility design and construction, and facility maintenance and operations. So quite a broad umbrella. Next slide. Similar to the other business units that I've presented, we touch on a number of different links to the strategic plan. Those include enabling prosperity. And we do that through our facilities work, our climate change work, and development of business parks, industrial parks. Next, on strengthening communities, we achieve these links through accessibility initiatives, greenhouse gas reductions, and other environmental initiatives. Last one. And finally, responsible administration. Some examples there are the decarbonization efforts through Halifax and green power purchasing agreements that are coming up. This next slide highlights some of the efficiencies that we've realized this year, and I'll just touch on some of them. Under service delivery, we've done a restructuring in facility maintenance and operations to enhance service delivery. Some examples for corporate fleet. We looked at light fleet maintenance improvements through optimized preventative maintenance schedules and the acquisition of wheel alignment equipment that allows us to take more work in-house rather than outsourcing, and numerous other side benefits that go along with that. We've taken on a number of process improvements this year, from facility work order management, process review, construction work process improvements through our facility design and construction and facility maintenance departments, ensuring great coordination through the development of our facility projects and smooth handovers. And as well, a pilot project for digital vehicle inspections. Under the bucket of data reporting and technology enhancements, are moving forward with a leasing and accommodation software initiative to better track, manage, and report on our numerous leases that we're responsible for. Improved corporate fleet data reporting to make sure we're using data to the fullest extent in terms of our life cycle planning of our fleet. And the other interesting one is a workplace management tool, so a desk booking tool to take advantage of non-dedicated workspace and make it more of a smoother transition for staff. Finally, under energy use, we've established renewable energy agreements. These are going to result in significant reduced greenhouse gas emissions and stabilized electricity costs over a long duration. So really looking forward to seeing that that come online and seeing the results of those. Under staff count, so we are 237 FTEs for the business unit. Very happy to keep that flat. And in fact, it doesn't reflect in this table, but we've been able to reduce by 1 FTE. You'll see that later on in the presentation as one of our green initiatives. So in fact, our count will be 236. We've been able to achieve the flat staff rate through finding efficiencies and looking at conversions and taking a close look at our vacancies. Next slide. This slide outlines our budget summary of changes. So looking at this year, this coming fiscal over last, it's an increase of 2.9 million, bringing us up to a total budget request of 65.4 million. I'll touch on some of the highlights, the different buckets. So under inflation and service pressures, we're seeing the typical rise in utility rates that we're all experiencing. Escalation in parts and labor, some escalation in contracts. And I'll point out 2 items: fleet expansion and the BLT Community Center, which reflect our growth through operating cost of capital. So that's additional operating expenses for a new facility and new vehicles that are coming online. Under contractual increases, compensation and collective agreement increases, and contract increases for things like janitorial, snow removal. Under revenue changes, we've seen a decreased revenue from a lease that was canceled in terms of in the amount of 85,000. And then I'll close it out with other transfers, smaller changes there. Again, summarizing up to an total increase of 2.9 million over last year. So these next couple of slides talk about the budget reduction exercise. So under the green category, which is our Just Do It, we looked at discretionary savings in the amount of 379,000. This includes a reduction in consulting, reduction in some discretionary spending around facility maintenance and operations, and some savings around security. Under revenue increases, we're seeing the potential around parking to increase revenue. And as I mentioned under the FTE slide, the reduction of a vacant position. Next category is the yellow category. And this one is around reducing security coverage outside of regular operating hours at City Hall. So that's a potential savings of $15,000, and that's just looking at what the status quo has been in terms of coverage and finding an opportunity to tighten that window a little bit. Final category is the red category, which are items that we've looked at, considered, but are not recommending. So the 2 items there are cleaning reductions. So we looked at our suite of cleaning across the facilities, and could there be some savings there? We're not recommending it. And the last item is further reductions in consultant work at Halifax that we looked at, but again are not recommending. This last slide just highlights one of our projects, the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center in Sheet Harbor, which is a good example of investment in the rural community. It's an example of 3 orders of government funding a project, and an example of co-location of business units. So we have fire, recreation, and library cohabitating in this facility. So that is currently under construction. So that concludes the presentation, and look forward to any questions.
Thank you so very much, John. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if you could speak to the emergency fleet lease. Like, what is that? Like, what does that represent? And then if you could speak a little bit more to the consultants inside of Halifax that are on your, not recommended cut list. If we could just understand a little bit better about who they are or what they're doing, what they've been, what gap they're currently filling, that would be great. Thank you.
Chair, through you to the councillor. So the first question on the emergency fleet lease, that is a requirement for additional storage of fire apparatus. Generally, that can't be stored outside due to the specialized nature of the vehicles, and rather than
It's a lease for space.
It's a lease for space.
Oh,
so
okay.
warehousing space for vehicles.
Gotcha. Okay.
In terms of the red category for Halifax, what we looked at there were more of the community-facing initiatives of Halifax, and those include a resiliency assessment tool for homeowners, so a tool that homeowners can use to gauge the resiliency of their properties and how they can be better prepared to respond in the event of prepare for and respond, hurricanes, floods, that sort of thing. And the other item was community climate capacity building initiatives. So those are a number of workshops, educational campaigns, advertising campaigns, and things like that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at your deliverable, John, around the police facility for replacement of headquarters. I always will ask a question around that. I continue to champion for it. So I see here that you have a deliverable for this year, which is to work on functional planning and site selection. Can you just tell me what that is? Because it sounds to me like that might be very similar to what was said last year. And it's sounding like, did anything happen last year around the functional planning and site selection? Or are we just pushing it out and pushing it out? Because this headquarters has been decades, right? We've been at this for decades. The second piece to that question is that it's looking like that functional planning and site selection potentially is going to take until March, where you would then present something around building mass and site evaluation study. And a question on that one, is that the time that we would then recommend to have a regional council from the Board of Police Commission to proceed with acquisition of the property and then carry on? What I'm trying to get is a little bit of a yearly, okay, what if we can expect something to happen in this coming year, what will it be? And then how do you see it going after that? How many years? Thank you.
Great questions, thank you. I can assure you that things are progressing. So the last time we were at Police Board of Commissioners and Council, it was presenting our short list of sites and getting Council's vetting of those preliminary sites. So this year the deliverable is the actual doing. So of looking at those sites. So confirming what the program is in terms of the functional requirements and doing a deep dive on that short list of sites. So the outcome this year, what we hope to achieve, is putting a pin in a map or pins saying these are the locations, these are the services that will be at that location or these number of locations, and returning to the Police Board of Commissioners and subsequently Council to get the nod to proceed on that. From there, in the following year, we will be getting into the the actual design work, and based on the location.
You're looking at that Board of Police Commission review of the sites with the the pros and cons of where you're at, of what would need to happen on that particular site, and you'd have several of those. And so that's the end of 27. I'm trying to look the next year out. So is what you're talking about, which is the design, is that 3 years out?
Okay.
Or is it actually in 27, 28?
Right. So what we will be coming forward at the end of this current process is laying out the assessment of the sites that was done with a recommendation. So in hand in hand with HRP, a recommended site or sites. From there, once we have that approved, we will be starting the procurement for consulting. So that whole process will be, could be up to 2 years, or it's hard to say at this point, but at least at that point we will know where the site will be and what it will look like.
Okay. And the functional planning, which is basically what's going to happen in those buildings, how does that support the police services? I assume, and it's safe to assume that there's a lot of consultation with the chief and his team on what that is, because there's a lot of things at play there that you folks wouldn't have that knowledge.
Right. So HRP is the subject matter expert.
Yeah.
Right. And we have our consultants are well versed in HRP. In police service delivery. So yeah, this exercise will pinpoint which groups within HRP should be co-located with various options, and getting into the details of understanding, the physical space required for each, so that we can build that up into a footprint of a building.
And is it safe to say that along that, I think I'm out.
You're over time. Councillor Kent, would you like to come back, or do you have?
Yeah, I have one more question, but that's okay.
So I think we're going to take our lunch break now, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed a good lunch. We're back, and our next questions come from Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to explore the possibility of kind of rearranging some of the money this year. The Bissett Lake Park for this year's capital budget has $80,000 as a carryover from last year, if I'm remembering correctly, for design. And it has $200,000 carryover for design. And then there's another $200,000 for this year, 26-27, for, I'm assuming, the plans. Phase 1 was to be the parking part of the Bissett Park. And I am going to ask for a briefing note on the implications of taking that pot of money and transferring it over to facilities to look at what could be done with $400,000 for Cole Harbour Place, to see if that can be put towards consultants for, Class D estimates or other areas that may have already been identified through the accessibility report that has just been finished for Cole Harbour Place in particular, and I know we do have some accessibility upgrades happening this year, and maybe perhaps we could do even more. So a briefing note on some of the possibilities of that. It would not impact the budget. It would just be taking money that's already put aside for one thing and moving it to another. And I mean, the Bissett Park is a stunning, beautiful regional park plan. I don't know if you've taken the time to look into what staff have planned for this area. It's beautiful, but it's going to cost millions of dollars. It is in an area that is already blessed with beautiful parks. We have our Salt Marsh Trail, we have our Heritage Park, and we also have our Bissett Park and trail there that is stunningly beautiful. So in a time where we're trying to be fiscally prudent and responsible, I wouldn't want to touch the $80,000 for the design for the parking. That can stay in the carry forward for under the parks plan and get the design done, at least for the parking portion of this park. But I just feel like this money at this time could be better utilized in a facility that we already have that clearly needs some accessibility and other upgrades. So I'd just like to ask for a briefing note on that.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Did I hear a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councillor Kent had seconded. Thank you. Yes, and so we just need a moment to repopulate our speakers list. Our CFO's comment.
Just clarification for the briefing note. Is it specific to transfer the funding to Cole Harbour Place or just facilities in general?
No, Cole Harbour Place specifically. It's a recreation project in Cole Harbour, and I would like to move it to another recreation project that is actually there and needing significant upgrades. Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted for the motion. Yep.
Sorry, no, this is not to go to anywhere else. Cole Harbour Place.
So,
oh, yep. Sorry, let me just.
Councillor Purdy.
And perhaps the amount. It's $400,000 from what I understand. $200,000 carryover, and then $200,000 as part of this 26-27. Yeah.
So I see no other speakers on the list.
Okay.
Mr. English, our CAO, do you have some comment?
Yes, I just want to make sure it's being narrowed in sufficiently. Can I just get clarity on what fiscal year you're moving the money from and within and to?
May I borrow your book? Thank you. So it's in our draft capital plan under outdoor recreation under D8, and you'll see there project location, there's Bissett Lake Park, former Bissett rehab lands. There's the design. Then under that, there's the park development phase 1, 200,000. And then under the 26-27 new projects, under project location, there's Bissett Lake Park phase 2, and it has the another 200,000 there.
Okay, so you're
400,000.
moving 480,000.
Not the 80. We can
Not
keep
the
the
80.
80 for the design. Sure.
Okay, so 400,000 from Bissett Lake in 26-27 to Cole Harbor Place. What year and for what purpose? This is to inform the motion.
Well, for this year, for quick upgrades. Well, I guess the briefing note would John would tell us what is available to be done under that. Could we get could we look at to get estimates on the larger issues? Can we use some of that towards the accessibility upgrades that need to happen that we already have some planned for this year, but maybe we can do all of them. Maybe we can do more.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So it's 400,000 from the Bissett Lake allocation in 26-27 to be put to Cole Harbor Place upgrades 26-27.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to be
Thank
sure.
you.
So I see no other names on the list, so call for the question. Motion carries. Thank you. So I'll now wait just to redo our speaker. Councillor Steele.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was looking at the results of the vote. I have two questions. One around the Build Back Better projects. I see we're going from 1.1 million to 9 million on those. Can you just speak to what they are, or are these potential projects as opportunity comes up? And the other, I'm fairly sure the Solar City program is self-sustaining, i.e. it doesn't cost the municipality anything, but can you speak to that as well, please?
Sure. Chair, through you to the councillor. I have Jonah Bernstein here, and our Director of Environment and Climate Change, and he can speak to both of those things, actually.
Jonah Bernstein, Director of Environment and Climate Change. Through you, Chair, to the councillor, thank you for the two questions. I'll start with the Build Back Better program. So under this program, there's many multi-year projects that are committed through the Build Back Better program. So we have a whole bunch of initiatives that have been in design phases that are now moving into implementation. So that's why you're seeing we're entering into that implementation phase that is bringing us up to that higher total of spend in the next fiscal year. So the types of projects that we have under the Build Back Better program, there's a lot of flooding and storm water management projects, and these are partnerships with business units that are across, with our business units across the municipality. So this would be when we're upgrading road infrastructure, so paving projects, at the same time upgrading the culverts and making sure that they can adapt to increasing floods and other such events that are happening. There's also some projects where we're looking at flooding upgrades, and these are partnerships where we're securing funding through some federal funds through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. So we have several projects in that category. One of them is a road upgrade in Cole Harbor as one example there. And then we're also starting to move, so that's the flooding and stormwater part, and now we're starting to move into that, some of those other threats that we're starting to see, that heat drought, fire type of space. So we're looking at also some cooling projects. We were partnered with parks on some cooling projects in parks, providing shade structures as an example. And then also naturalization projects are part of this as well. So using natural infrastructure to help protect our critical infrastructure. So those are some of the examples of these multi-year projects that we're anticipating next year and the following years.
Okay, thank you. Is there a listing that I can see it somewhere? I couldn't find it, but maybe it is in a note somewhere.
So there's high-level notes there, but I can provide you with some more details. Yeah.
Okay, that would be helpful.
And then on the Solar City questions, that is a self-sustaining program. So with that program, we're charging an interest rate of 4.75 that covers the cost of those loans. And so, yeah, they're completely self-sustaining in terms of they're net neutral to the municipality in terms of cost.
There's no operating or human resource costs associated with this, is there? Or
we have some staff time, but again, it's part of the recovery that we're using. Yeah.
Okay, so it's covered in the cost of the interest rate to the applicant, is that?
Yeah, so it's to cover the cost of delivering the program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the staff team for all the preparation here today. It is, colleagues, my intention to have a broader conversation about the municipality's use of consultants when we have the HR, the Human Resources presentation shortly. That's all about being mindful of the impact on our budget to outsourcing the municipality's work. But for today, I do see that there is in the budget reduction section of the presentation, slide 55, the red, in Brad's language, the red line item, for consultants with a value of $135,000. And I'm wondering if you're able to expand on the work that is proposed to be done by the consultants there and what the impacts would be on service if there were a budget reduction in this case. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Chair, through you to the to the mayor. I did touch on that at a high level there at an earlier question, but Jonah can get into the weeds here and address those questions.
Thank you through the chair to the mayor. Thank you for the question. So what we're proposing in terms of a reduction there would be around pushing out two projects. The first would be around developing a climate resiliency tool, and this would be for homeowners to be able to look at with the climate threats that are coming at us, what are the home-specific interventions they might be able to take to help protect their homes from floods. So think basement flooding, sump pumps, etc., but designed specifically to the house. So we would not be able to do that project with that cut. And then also the second part is around reducing some of our community engagement activities. And this is, again, programming around talking to residents about the threats of climate change and the actions they can take, both from emergency preparedness. This is, how do we manage the threats of climate change, but also around how do we take advantage of cleaner energy solutions that can help with reducing power bills and energy bills of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Jonah, you used the words pushing it out. So if for some reason we did find we had to reduce this budget item, you believe that those programs would still happen, but maybe this is about pacing them out a little further out?
Exactly. So we would not do them next year, and we could look at following years depending on what priorities are.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
That makes a great deal of sense. And then if you're able to, what's the total budget for consultants in your department? Sure. Well, Madam Chair, maybe while I've caused some page flipping, but I appreciate you taking a look. Maybe I could just proceed with a ballot motion while the search is underway. Okay. I'd like to move that the main motion be amended to include a new section that reads as follows, which is direct the CIO to provide a briefing note on the Halifax consultant reductions. And again, my interest here is that should we find that we do need to make further reductions, that we have good information to base those conversations on. We are facing tremendous cost pressures right now, and it's really important that we all as a body understand the impacts of the decisions we're making and what the longer term impacts would be. And again, there is no, because it was a red item, there was no briefing note attached. And I do want to just repeat what I said at the beginning, which is this isn't about singling out fleet, property, and environment. It's just it's really about consultancy writ large. But there does happen to be this one line item. Thank you very much for the second. And maybe there's a, okay.
So under the environment and climate change budget, the total consulting, after the deduction from our green, some of our green items, the consulting is $900,000.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now we'll just populate the list for this briefing note discussion. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jonah, I guess the question I have is the climate resilience tool and creating that tool, what's the impact of pushing that out to another year? Yeah.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, thank you for the question. This is a tool that residents have been asking us for, so by pushing it out, it is just, we're not able to provide that type of information for a year. And as we know, we're experiencing more climate events, not less of them. So it's just a little bit of that ability to be able to provide information to our residents on how to properly be prepared for flooding and other emergencies that are coming at us.
Is there not any high-level information we could provide to our residents on that without going down to the path of having to go out and reach consultants?
We can look at that. So okay. Absolutely, is just being able to provide a home-specific.
Right, to my home at 123 Anywhere Street.
Exactly, yeah. And
yeah.
As we learned in this space in terms of it is very site-specific what happens and what the interventions need to be.
So these consultants would actually, this is not a consultant's report per se, this is somebody that would come to my home and say, assess my home and then give me the advice based on my situation. Is that what
it would be to hire a consultant to design the tool.
To design the tool, to do it. And then the follow-up would be your own staff to do that?
Yeah, we would also post it on our website and other forums as well.
Is there any other sources of funding, that grant opportunities we could go after to try to find the funds for this if we were to cut this from our budget?
I am always interested in looking for external funding. Right. I'm not aware of anything in this immediate moment, but we would definitely be able to keep our eye on funding that is out there. And there are funding sources for adaptation, resiliency, and also mitigation that is out there. So
yeah, I'm just thinking, if we, the mayor's asked for a briefing note, which is fine, and it comes back and we decide to go down this path. I think this work is still extremely important, especially where it's customized for the homeowner. If we could maybe make a point of trying to source funding so we can still do this work next year, but to still save a little bit of money. And the last question I have on time here, this is, the conversation about the $900K in consulting, was that for your whole department? That was just specifically for, if you explain that to me, please. I missed that, sorry.
That was specific to the Environment and Climate Change Department.
They used $900,000 in their budget for consulting, but this 135 is particular to these two items.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini and Councillor Hartling. And then if I might be able to buzz in before the mayor might close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I'm understanding the program correctly, it's like another way to think about Fire Smart, but for other forms of climate change. Is that right?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, but that'd be one component because fires are one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I actually think that this is a really pertinent and necessary tool. Again, I don't know about the timing. I don't understand a future where it would be less important or more important. I think that it's important now. So I'm just trying to understand how how the user is supposed to use it in terms of like having that tool. The other thing that I'm wondering is that is there also no like a national standard? Has none of that conversation already started at higher orders of government? Again, I keep like, just because I have so much familiarity with Fire Smart, that program is national, like, and the determinations and how to, the rules around Fire Smart are not prescribed at a municipal level, they're prescribed at a national level. So I'm just wondering, has some of that work already been done at the federal level or at even the provincial level? I don't know.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, again, I think there's been work done at a certain level. It's where when you get into the specifics of each home where we wouldn't have any of that data or any of the tools in that space. And so when you're looking at the interventions, it's really important to look at a site-specific analysis of where the home is, what its foundation is, etc. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive of the briefing note. I think one of the first things you always look at in government is consulting fees. So I'm totally supportive of the principle of looking at that. I realize, the reason we bring in consultants is we don't have the expertise internally. So there may be a good rationale for it. But I think looking for more information and looking for opportunities to cut in this area is extremely valid. So I'm fully supportive of the briefing note idea.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steele. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if we could hear a little bit more about how the tool might work. I've run into situations where in highly urbanized parts of my district where drains installed by HRM run into ditches. And then when the ditches flood over a property, then it's very hard to sort out who is responsible and that sort of thing. So I guess I'm trying to understand if this tool would apply to people all over HRM, or do you think it would have more relevance for certain parts of the city? It seems to me that we have infrastructure challenges that pop up sort of all over the city, and that this tool would have wide benefits. But I'm just wondering how you think it might work.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. So it would apply across HRM, and so it would look at each district and infrastructure that exists right down to the home level, and then would be able to provide tools that maybe can be used by the homeowner to be able to take action at their house to manage climate threats. So that's how the tool would work. The specifics of each house, I wouldn't be able to get into details there, unfortunately.
Okay. I guess what I'm wondering is sometimes people have to hire engineers privately at quite a considerable expense to figure out a solution. So is this designed to try to offset some of those kinds of costs to the homeowner?
I can take that. Yeah, I think just to be clear, this wouldn't replace engineering advice.
Okay.
So this would be guidance to the homeowner, and but it would not be engineering advice.
Not be engineering. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. Did I hear there's a second ask as well, or within this consulting budget, or was just this one project? It's just this.
Through you, Chair, to the Councillor, this is one project. The second project that we look at reducing is around public education initiatives to do workshops with homeowners and residents around climate risks and then also solutions.
Okay, so within this 135, there's two initiatives that would go.
Correct.
Okay. And when you say people are asking for it, could you kind of describe a situation? Because, yeah.
Through you, Chair, to the Councillor, we have a Halifax network, but we also attend engagement sessions with business units when they're doing their engagement sessions, and this is the type of feedback that we get in terms of what residents are looking for help with.
I guess I can see this being very, very useful and saving people a lot of money and encouraging people to do things, or I can also see it being just too general and not helpful. So I'm trying to understand how much help it would be, and if you did have a specific story of how it could help, it might help me understand better. But maybe you don't have that now.
I don't have any specifics to that detail right now, unfortunately.
Okay. So I'll think about asking for a briefing note, but I am very hesitant to cut any of these programs because I get people asking me all the time, please protect this work, please protect this work. So I'm very hesitant to slow it down and with the knowledge that everything costs more later. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. If I might, from the chair speak just quickly. So briefing note for more information is always a good thing. Councillor White, I do have a real life example in that community came together in Grand Lake, Wellington area, did a community assessment with Kara McCurdy. I'm so sorry that we don't have her anymore, but looked at beyond fire, but looked at all kinds of climate things. And they did the community assessment, and then they narrowed it down to what they could do as individuals. And that particular group did speak very specifically to looking for a tool that says, how do we, as homeowners and taxpayers, contribute to the work to keep our community safe, therefore less reliance on fire, less reliance on EHS, less reliance on occupational or on the GEM teams and search and rescue. So they spoke very specifically about how this work contributes to them as homeowners doing their part and therefore reducing the reliance really on HRM and our business units. It was an amazing piece of work. Middle Musquodoboit right now is waiting. We're just trying to set up a meeting again to do a community assessment. Homeowners want to know they've been impacted by fires, and not just related to climate change, but just regular things that are happening. So there's that, and then there's Brook Hill Estates. So I have actually 4 communities that are waiting for this kind of work to have happened. So although I'd say yes to the briefing note, the only other thing I would say, God forbid that we lose this, if you don't cut your district capital, if 16 district councillors wanted to share the cost, it's $8,437.50. Just so you know that. And Jonas, just very quickly, I think this is your time with us at budget.
To the chair, yes.
Great job. Thank you. So, Councillor Mancini.
Just to build on what you were just saying, Madam Chair, so the 135 is 2 projects. What's the amount specifically for the climate resilience tool project?
Through you, Chair, to the Councillor, it's estimated at $75,000.
Yeah, depending on where this goes, I'm more than happy to contribute to that by all means. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hertling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I feel very uncomfortable cutting this. I sympathize so much with Madam Chair's interpretation of the situation on the ground. And, there's, what was it, 2023, there was $500 million worth of insurable damage between fire and flood. I struggle to imagine how $135,000 is. I mean, on the one hand, I want to say yes to briefing notes because it's important that we understand exactly what it is. But at first blush, I do not feel like this is a good place to start cutting. So I will accept a briefing note, I guess, because, you know, it's always important to know and understand more. But I think that this kind of work it speaks to the moment that people are in. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close?
No, Madam Chair, I don't need to say anything more.
Okay. Call for the question. The motion passes. We'll just take a moment now to repopulate again the original list. I don't see any names on the list. Oh, Councillor Hensby.
We put the ballot motion of the $15,000 on City Hall security. Is that on the list already as a green item? Yellow?
It was yellow, so you do have a briefing note, but you can make a motion to bring it forward if you would like.
So be it.
Is a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Saint-Amand. Councillor Hensby, would you like to speak to it?
Oh, it just seems like a simple reduction to make an hour 7 to 7, except for council days and stuff, instead of the 6:30 in the morning until 9. I think it's a reasonable adjustment, and let the commissioners have a life of their own at times at nighttime.
Just a moment and we'll populate a speakers list. I don't see any names coming up on the list. Do you want to call for the question? Please vote. The motion carries. Thank you. Go back to the list. Count. Councillor Purdy. Excuse me, my apologies for laughing.
Okay, I'm taking it seriously that we have to try to lower this tax rate. So anyway, here I go one more time. So this is just a question, but we have a 2030 deadline to get our Halifax carbon emissions reduced by 60%, I believe, in our municipal fleet and buildings. I'm wondering, kind of going with the mayor's idea of kind of prolonging our deadlines to see if we can, I guess, not take such aggressive capital projects to achieve that. What would be the impact financially of pushing that deadline out a few more years on the well, I guess this is the operational budget, but just wanting to hear feedback on that, I guess.
Okay, Chair, through you to the councillor. Pushing out these projects, I guess, comes with risks. So, and missed opportunities to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I will say a lot of these projects also tackle at the same time as, you know, tackling greenhouse gas emissions, our state of good repair. So, you know, for instance, when we do these energy projects, we're also retrofitting buildings at the same time and, you know, tackling state of good repair. In terms of Electric vehicles, the operating costs are going to be lower with the electric. So there are impacts by delaying and pushing out this work. That's a very high level. I'll see Jonah's up here. If there's anything you want to add in.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. Maybe I can provide a little more detail on what John just talked about in terms of what these projects do. So yes, they're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but the primary focus here is about trying to line up these projects with creating operating savings for the municipality, and also tying to we work with our business units to really make sure that they're integrated with building retrofits, fleet turnover, etc. And so by bringing that together, what we're able to do is generate operating savings. So we have some projects. One of the large ones is our bus electrification project, which is the buses are now all here. So, and we're going to see what that actually does in terms of operating savings, but around $1.5 million in operating savings with the bus electrification project. We've also been looking at our building deep energy retrofits. And so we've talked about Scotiabank Centre, I think when we were here talking about the progress update on Halifax, producing around $200,000 of operating savings. To tie back to what John is talking about around state of good repair, what we didn't mention as part of that project is that it's the Scotiabank Centre where we hockey games, and it's a 40-plus-year-old building. So when it was renovated, we were able to replace ice-making equipment that was 40-plus years old, very inefficient, had a high likelihood of potentially failing at some point. So really being able to tie that together generates the operating savings, but also ensures we don't have emergency outings, and so really kind of builds these projects, really help us advance a lot of that work. So making sure that the projects are going hand in hand with that, I think, is the cheapest way to do this, and that's the path that we are currently on.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
On the Halifax Energy Efficiency Initiatives that we're just talking about, there are some oil conversion projects, and I know that they're not going off as well as it's anticipated. They're having troubles with the Lake Echo Community Center converting from the oil to propane. There's been some heating issues. Quite a few events like bingo and stuff have been canceled because of cold gyms and stuff. So I'd like to know the status of how those are coming along and what costs are these going to be completed. I'm not sure about the East Preston Community Center. They may have had similar issues, but the Eastern Shore Community Center, the rink in Musquodoboit Harbor, where we took a wood doctor offline to put in a propane, but it seems the propane bills are much higher than the wood burning costs would have been. So I'm just trying to figure out where's the balance in regards to operational costs. Is that it costs us more to operate the rink on propane than it was on a wood burning wood doctor device. So I'd just like to get a clarification of where we strike a balance.
Good afternoon, Philip Duganzik, Director of Facility Design and Construction. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor. Sorry, with some hearing aid issues, I didn't really hear the question.
They're having some problems with the Lake Echo conversion from oil to propane. They have events canceled, stuff like bingo and stuff like that because of cold nights in the gymnasium. But also the rink in Musquodoboit Harbor, the Eastern Shore Community Center, where we took a wood burning doctor out of commission and put in propane, but the propane bills are higher than what it costs us to have wood burning capacity. It's like to know what the environmental balance is between operational costs and you know, here we are using a wood burning device which is using firewood and stuff to burn versus the propane. Like I thought burning wood is also considered a renewable resource.
So, Chair, through you to the councillor. Yeah, in regards to wood versus propane, I think we'll have to take that offline and maybe get back to you on the pros and cons. I don't know that we're prepared here today to talk about that, and as well we can look into the actual operating costs that you're referring to. I don't have those numbers as part of my presentation. In regards to any issues with the fuel conversions, again, those would most likely be technical issues with the install, and we'll certainly be looking into those and making sure that those are sorted out.
I'm just kind of curious about provincial projects versus municipal projects. Like, for instance, the Marine Drive Academy, the new school they built in Sheet Harbor 5 years ago, they had that on wood-burning pellet heating system. You know, and here we are putting the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center in, solar panels and propane gas, whatever. I'm just kind of curious of why we did not look at also wood pellet burning capacity where we have that natural resource in the Eastern Shore. Just kind of curious of why we did not look at doing that with the province in regards to similar projects.
Okay. Yeah, for the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center and any of our new builds, we do various energy models to look at the lowest, that balance lowest cost of ownership and best environmental impacts. So I can say that analysis would have been done. Whether or not it specifically looked at wood burning and the impacts of wood burning, I don't have that information, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Seeing Councillor Mancini. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the briefing note, attachment 19. So the potential parking enforcement staffing increases. So I believe there's 4. And there's also potential for a new supervisor. Is there a need for a new supervisor? Or would that just fall under the...
I think that's from a different...
Jerry's going to respond for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That briefing note was dealt with yesterday in Public Works' presentation.
Okay.
On parking.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Seeing no other names on the list, are we finished with property, fleet, and equipment? We are. Thank you very much, John. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jonas and Philip. And so now we are back on the full motion as amended. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we go to this final vote, is there any further update that can be provided about where we might be with our ticker? Did we move things up or down, or is that something that you'll have to come back to us with at the next Budget Committee meeting?
At the start of each budget meeting, we were going to be able to do sort of a ticker update.
Okay.
So when we come back our next budget meeting, we will have the ticker there. How's that?
Hasn't changed much since this morning.
No.
That's what I suspected. I just wanted confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a matter of process, we're on the main motion as amended, but if there are any questions on any of the numbered items, they can still come forward now. Seeing none, we call for the question on the main motion as amended. Anybody? Somebody? Question? Yep. Okay. We're going to have it up on the screen.
Scroll slowly. So there's no changes to the first recommendation and the second recommendation. The third recommendation speaks to BAL 40, BAL a briefing note for 005 potential parking enforcement, BAL 39, which also includes your 3 approved parking pieces. BAL 027 Metro parking rate. Recommendation 4 for Parks and Rec has 2 additions where BAL 18 through to 20, as well as BAL 21 for the ice rental and fee reserves. There was no changes to recommendation 5, and in recommendation 6, you have 2 briefing notes that were requested on the Bissett Lake Cole Harbor. The second one was on Halifax, and then you have BAL 37 for the commissionaires.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're ready to vote.
It just as a briefing note on the Halifax consultant reductions. So just so we're clear, we did add the inclusion for the Halifax consultant reductions of the 135,000 just to the motion, so it's further clear.
Great. So we'll vote. We have. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Before we adjourn this section of the operations budget, we want to say thank you to all of our business unit teams and staff who've come and presented so eloquently to us. We really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And to Madam Clerk, Krista Vining, thank you. And to our legislative assistant, Dorothy Matonga, thank you so very much. And we have no meeting tomorrow.
Study up for next week.
You got to study up for next week. Thank you all.